Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Nirkunja Yuga Jaya Lira Shungyavadi Bhakya Krishna Jai Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasari Krishna
Jacacharya Stotra Satyasri Shivang Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananda Gori Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Sritam Acharya Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Prem Ho Jai Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Venkatana Shri Vasakhora Shri Radha Krishna Gopi Gopta Chandra Radha Giro Dhanaki Sri Nakoda Krishan Samveva Glory to Simple Oh, glory to Simple Glory to Jesus Oh,
Namaste Narasimhaya Namaste
reading from the Sri Namamrita. The chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra is the best means for infusing spiritual consciousness into people's hearts. My dear Professor Stahl, I thank you very much for your kind letter, dated January 23rd, 1970. In the last paragraph of your letter, you have mentioned that you are not irritated by the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mantra, like some people, but rather like it. This has given me much satisfaction, and I am sending herewith a copy of our magazine, Back to Godhead, issue number 28, which you will find how the students at a program at Ohio State University like this chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, although all of them were neophytes to this cult of chanting. Actually, this chanting is very pleasing to the heart and is the best means of infusing spiritual consciousness or Krishna consciousness into the hearts of the people in general in the science of self-realization. Srila Prabhupada Ki.
Janma Kalyadi Shravana Kirtanam Namutanapaya Krishna Padipranana. One is infested with the 10 offenses in the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra described as endeavor to chant the holy names for many births. Who will not attain love of Godhead, which is the ultimate goal of this chanting. The 10 offenses to be avoided are as follows. Number 1, Number 2, to consider the names. 3, to disobey. 4, to blaspheme. Number 5, to consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna. 6, Number 7, to consider 8, to consider the chanting Hare Krishna. 9, to and number 10, to There's also an offense to be inattentive while chanting. Anyone who claims to be a Vaishnava devotee of the Lord must very carefully guard against these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Now let us take this opportunity to offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. We're just like Desire to fulfill the desires of everyone and full of compassion upon the following conditions.
Krishna Krishna.
The Hare
Shanti Shri Maridwan Gyote Sivishwanata Swami Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai Vishnu Prabhupada Paramahamsa Paribhra Jai Stotra Shanti Shri Maridwan Gyote Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Shri Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Acharya Shri Ladas Haridas Thakur Ki Friends take a whole Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Vaita Grada Krishna Sari Gaur Bhakti Vrinda Shri Radha Krishna Gopi Gopinath Thakur Radha Kundi Govardhana Ki
Oh, God, really no separation. I And I am willing to obey the world. And I know where Krsna is my heart. I'm sure his name is God. He living has in love for God and breast. What makes me broken hearted by nothing but he is completely free.
Hare Krishna. I guess so. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Ballabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Ballabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Banachari Yamuna Tira Banachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Ballabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Ballabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Banachari Yamuna Tira Banachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta-vrinda Tanya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitya go Haribo, Haribo, Nitya go Haribo. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, ISKCON's founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Grantara Sri Chaitanya Chandramrita ki jai, Grantha Koti Vaishnava ki jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Prem Se Gaur Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta-vrinda Shri Radha Krishna Gopikam Purna Shamakun Radhakun Giri Govardhana ki jai, Vrindavan Dham ki jai, Navadvip Mayapur Dham ki jai, Gangamai Yamunamai ki jai, Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Transcendental Book Distribution ki jai, Jai Shri Shri Gaurita, Jai Shri Shri Radha Govardhana, Krishna Balaram Giri Govardhan ki jai, Vrinda Devi, Tulsi Devi Marani, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees. So welcome everybody to this morning, on the weekends, for our guests, on Saturdays and Sundays, we attempt to speak on the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, which is beyond our pay grade, but somehow or other we get put in these positions by the grace of the devotees and the Lord. So today, sorry, I'm not used to these things. Is that better? Maybe I should swallow it. Huh? Is that better? Hare Krishna. All right, put it. Okay. All good?
Just on the phone.
Okay. So we'll change. So we've got a lot of guests here. Where have you all come from? Brisbane, okay. A long drive. Welcome. Okay, we are on the last chapter of the Adi Lila, chapter 17. This is entitled "The Pastimes of the Lord in His Youth." And we're on verse 127. Okay. Keha kirtana nak alina sakala nagale Aji amik shamakari yete chongale Keha kirtanana kariha sakala nagare Aji amik shamakari yete chongale Keha kirtanana karta sakala nagare Aji amik shamakari yatte chongare. Any Bengalis here? No? Someone else, please. Kitanana kariya sakari nagare. Aji amik shamakari yatte chongare. Kiya kirtanana kaita sakala nagare Aji amik shamakari ate changare Kiya kirtanana kaita sakala nagare Aji amik shamakari ate changare Any Vaishnavis? Kiya kirtanana kariya sakara sakara Kirtanana kata sakara nagare Ajiyamik shamakari. Okay, repeat after me. Keha, anyone. Kirtan, chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Na, do not. Arya, perform. Sakala Nagare, in the whole town. Aji, today. Ami, I. Kshamakari, excusing. Yatechon, am returning. Gale, home. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Translation. No one should perform, this is Kazi speaking, I guess. I'll find it. No one should perform Sankirtan on the streets of the city. Today I'm excusing the offence and returning home. Repeat after me. No one should perform Sankirtan on the streets of the city. Today I'm excusing the offence and returning home. Purport. Such orders stopping Sankirtan in the streets of the world's great cities have been imposed upon members of the Hare Krishna movement. We have hundreds of centres all over the world. We have been specifically persecuted in Australia. In most cities of the Western world, we have been arrested many times by the police, but we are nevertheless executing the order of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by chanting on the streets of all the important cities like New York, London, Chicago, Sydney, Melbourne, Paris and Hamburg. We must remember that such incidents took place in the past, 500 years ago, and the fact that they are still going on indicates that our Sankirtan movement is really authorised. For if Sankirtan were an insignificant material affair, demons would not object to it. The demons of the time tried to obstruct the Sankirtan movement started by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Similar demons are trying to obstruct the Sankirtan movement we are executing all over the world, and this proves that our Sankirtan movement is still pure and genuine, following in the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Translation again, no one should perform Sankirtan on the streets of the city. Today I'm excusing the offence and returning home. Oma Gyanati Venandasya Gyanam Gyanam Sadakaya Sakshush Unmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Panchakapatur Vishakripa Sindhube Vicha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. So this is the very beginning of a section on the very significant historical moment of the Hare Krishna movement. And even though Srila Krishnadas Goswami is just giving a synopsis here, he's still, because Vrindavan Das Thakur has given a very elaborate description of this pastime, quite lengthily, but there's still 100 odd verses given here on this, as a synopsis, just a little quick overview, so to speak. So it's significant. This particular moment in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastime, this is his pastimes in his youth. He's approximately, I guess, 16, 17 years of age, and maybe this is about a year after he came back from Gaya, I guess. So we know the history of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. As a youngster, he was a very powerful and very arrogant scholar. He's terrorised all the residents of Navadvip with his scholastic wonders. You know, the devotees would cross the road if they saw him coming. They found him annoying, and they would always be thinking, if only Nimai could become a devotee. Could you imagine how wonderful our preaching and our association would be? So anyway, as time went on, the great and famous Ishvara Puri wandered one day to Navadvip and stayed with Advaita Acharya, and this is when Nimai Pandit connected with Ishvara Puri. This is some time earlier. He spent several months there, and then eventually when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Gaya to offer Pinda for his father who just passed away, Jagannath Mishra, he met Ishvara Puri there and took initiation. And this was a great, you can say this is actually the beginning of the Sankirtan movement, that very moment. There's many very moments. You can say when Sri Advaita Acharya called out for Gauranga Mahaprabhu to come, that was the initiation of the Sankirtan movement. But anyway, so when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received the Maha Mantra, the holy name from Ishvara Puri, he transformed immediately into this a very ecstatic and very wonderful Vaishnava. He's a Bhakta avatar, you know. He's come as a devotee to experience the wonders of deep devotional love that Srimati Radharani experiences, and to also preach and teach and to establish a Yuga Dharma. So now what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is, you can say, he's come out of his Vidya Leela, out of his shell of being a scholar and being undercover and stirring the devotees. And now now at this stage here, for 12 months, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his intimate associates have been chanting at Sri Vashankar's house, these nocturnal, so-called private kirtans, and it was invitation only. You couldn't just wander in. Like now, you can go to any Hare Krishna temple in the world, you can just wander in. There's no guards at the door. There's no tickets for sale. No one asks who you are, where you've come from. You just walk right in. But in this particular time, it was very, very strict, very exalted kirtan. And Sami tried to get in there. There was that lady, that mother. Whose mother was she? Yes, she hid in the barrel or something, didn't she? In a laundry basket. Good on her. And there was that young brahmachari, the milk drinker, that was very austere, and he snuck in. He upset Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but then he received the full mercy of the Lord. And who else tried to get in? So many things happened. I mean, Srivas Thakur's son died during Kirtan, and that was pushed aside. Srivas Thakur was telling the ladies that were sobbing. Imagine if your child dies. They were he was just telling them, just keep it quiet. You're interrupting Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Kirtan. Lord Chaitanya afterwards could not believe the dedication of Srivas Thakur. That he was astounded that his very son had left his body, and he was more concerned about the pleasure of the Lord. So very elevated consciousness could be misunderstood by the mundaners. Anyway, so this is the setting, and now a lot of people wanted to get into that kirtan, and eventually the section we're up to now, the Lord's actually ordered everybody to take up kirtan in their homes. So now the Sankirtan is starting to spread to people's homes. He said, everybody sit in your houses and have kirtan. And then they started disturbing the local residents of Navadvip, especially the Muslims and the atheists and the materialistic Hindus. There were Kali worshippers, and they started becoming annoyed. The Qazi was wandering around the streets. He heard such a kirtan, and I think it must have been the verse before too. Anyway, he went in there and he broke one of the madangas and told him to stop. That's it, no more. Okay, otherwise I'm going to take all your possessions away from you. I'm going to convert you all into Muslims. So, and this is we're up to now. Now he's what are we up to? 127. What did he just say? No one should perform Sankirtan on the streets of the city today. I'm excusing the offence and returning home. And that was so. Devotees became very concerned. I'm going through this history now because it's probably going to take us about a couple of months at the rate we go through the verses to go through this pastime. It's nice to get an initial overview, and then because you'll get little snippets for the next couple of months, and you'll rehear it, which is wonderful to be able to constantly hear these pastimes. They're becoming embedded in our consciousness, and that's what we want. We want our mind to just not have too many alternatives but Krishna. So by just constantly repeating and repeating, hearing and hearing, like we know Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to hear the Bhagavatam, the same pastimes hundreds of times, not just once or twice. They're not like stories that you read and go, I know the story now, and grab another book. These are eternal, transcendental, deep pastimes. So then the devotees became concerned and worried because there was this threat from the Qazi, and they were being harassed. And so they went to Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya he started practically roaring, and then fast forward, he ordered that all the residents of Navadvip all gather together, decorate your homes, gather torches. We're going to have this. We're going to march on the Qazi, and we're going to. I think at one point he said, "I'm going to kill this Qazi. We're going to destroy this Qazi, and there's nothing is going to stop this Sankirtan movement." So he gathered all, and Navadvip at the time was a very, very big city. There's millions of people live there, And we're just rebuilding Mayapur now. I mean, on the other side, there is a big Navadvip there, but the original Navadvip was a very, very, very big, with many little townships, and so they gathered, and they gathered. It says in hundreds of thousands, even the millions, and they all had torches. And those that were very wealthy and got extra torches. And they carried pots of oil, and they were really, modern term, they were really fired up. It's like you can see when people hit the streets, even in our Kali Yuga, they can get a bit out of control. What Srila Prabhupada calls them, window-breaking crowds. start smashing everything. And they were pretty fired up. Now, they did cause a little bit of damage, but not too radical. Anyway, Lord Chaitanya formed 3 big Sankirtan parties. He put Srila Haridas Thakur in the front party to dance, and it was Sri Advaita behind them, Srivas behind that, and then himself dancing, and Nityananda Prabhu could not leave his side, and he danced alongside Gauranga Mahaprabhu. What a beautiful sight. And they all had a cartel. And it explained the torches. There were so many torches. It was so bright. It was like the sun and the moon all lit up all at once. It was so effulgent, the whole town. Can you imagine? And the sound. The people, the locals, especially the Muslims, were so frightened. Some of them were unwrapping their turbans and dropping them and just putting their heads down and joining in. It was quite a scary situation for some. Anyway, they finally marched, and those that got ahead, they got to the Qazi's house, they started destroying his gardens and ripping out trees and smashing doors. And anyways, it was quite a fired up bunch. They just killed the Qazi. Qazi actually, he hid. It's described later on, he ended up hiding, and I guess he would be a bit terrified. You can be, a Qazi is like the magistrate, he's like the local ruler. He's not the king or the topmost like the Hussein Shah was. I think he was the governor of Bengal. Is that correct? Yeah. King of Bengal. Yeah. But he's one of his, I guess, his representatives, but still very powerful. And he would police. He would be in charge of keeping the law, and the law was based on the Quran. So if you broke any. And if it was a bit beyond him, they would be taken up to Hussein Shah like that. But so the Qazi was, even though he was powerful, he had, soldiers and so on. When you're dealing with 1 million fired up Hare Krishnas with torches, there's nothing much you can do with a few soldiers. So he hid well in his house. And eventually Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived, because he was, in the back party. And he sent some respectable gentlemen in, and they were able to draw him out. And then this very wonderful conversation took place. First there was some cordial discussions, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rebuked him a little bit, said, "I'm your guest, and you're not here to greet me." And then the Qazi said, and started explaining to him, we're actually relatives. My uncle Nilambala, was it? Remember Chakravarti? Yes, he was the grandfather of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was my uncle, so you're like my nephew. We're family. Let's take it easy a little bit. And they spoke like this for some time. And interesting enough, then Lord Chaitanya sort of cut to the chase. But it reminds me of Srila Prabhupada when he was dealing with, especially with Christians. He didn't get into too much philosophy, or he got straight into about cows. He says, the cow's your mother, you drink her milk. It's pretty much the start of the conversation. The bull is ploughing, producing grains, and you're killing him, eating their flesh. What is this, And then so the conversation was based on this initially, and it went on. And then he says, yes, you have, the Qazi said, yes, you have your Vedas and your Puranas, and we have our Holy Quran, and it's permitted in our Quran. And so they discussed for some time. Eventually Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was able to defeat him through logic and scripture, and the Qazi admitted that actually, yes, we're not that developed. We're quite a new religion. Some of the things aren't quite right, but he submitted in this way. But then Lord Chaitanya inquired for him. He says, I've noticed recently you haven't harassed the Sankirtan parties. Why? Because even though it threatened, there's been a bit of a lull in actually harassing the devotees, the people chanting Hare Krishna. So he inquired for him, and then timidly the Qazi said, maybe come into a private room and I'll explain to you why. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, that's okay, these are all my confidential associates, you can speak in front of them. So then he told him, he said that day after I broke the Madanga, that night I had a dream. In that dream, this ferocious lion, it was like a lion-faced personality with a human body pounced on my chest and dug his claws into my chest, and he chastised me. He said he was going to kill me, but I was so frightened I closed my eyes. And he said, do not harass these devotees, do not hamper this thing. Otherwise I'll kill you, and I'll kill all the other Muslims and all your descendants, I'll kill everybody. And he became very, very frightened. So he revealed this to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then the Lord was very pleased. And he also said to all my men that I was sending out to harass these Sankirtan devotees, they were coming back, and all their beards were burnt, and they had blisters on their faces. Every time they tried to harass the devotees, flames were coming out. So there was divine intervention and protection by the Lord. And then his men was becoming a bit loopy, so to speak. They were all going, Hari, Hari. You know, they kept chanting, and they admitted to the Kazi, we can't stop this chanting, because we meet all these Hindus on the streets, and then they have names like Krishna Das and Ram Das and Hari, and we can't. The name is just rolling on our tongues. We can't stop it. so they're all a bit bewildered. And then anyway, so the Kazi was also discussing the names of Krishna unknowingly with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He mentioned the name Narayan, Hari, and Krishna. And even though early in the conversation the Lord told him that for this sin of killing these cows, you are going to go to hell for thousands of years. For as many hairs as on the hairs of a cow that you kill, that's how many years you've got to spend in hell. And I don't know if anyone's counted the hairs on a cow, there's quite a few on there. Quite a few. And that's for every cow. So if you're constantly killing cows. So basically almost, forever you're going to be suffering. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said to him, you've chanted these three names, all your sins have been eradicated. Because you chanted, and it's very important that we understand how he chanted, because it was a nababas. It was unintentional, unoffensive. It's not unaware of the 10 offences. It's more difficult for us to chant than it was for them, because we are aware of the offences, so we can cause namaparad, which hampers our advancement in Krishna consciousness. But this namabas, it's considered like a shadow of the pure holy name. It's very powerful. It eradicates all your karmic reactions and brings you to the platform where you can engage in devotional service. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very pleased. He was purified. The Kazi started shedding tears. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu touched him, became purified. And then Lord Chaitanya asked him did he ask him for a favour? Anyway, the Kazi made a bold statement, a grave statement, admonition that for all the generations to come, no one will hamper this Sankirtan movement. And this has gone on for, I think it's 10 generations now since the Kazi. Interesting enough, devotees have met descendants of the Kazi, especially if you go to the Samadhi. Who's been to the Samadhi of the Kazi? Any? Most of us? No. So anyway, if you go to Mayapur, you can go and visit this wonderful place. Devotees go there all the time. Anyway, I think there's still the champak tree there. I still vividly remember. I've been there for some time. And devotees have met descendants there, and they're dressed like Muslims. They got their beards and everything, but they got japa bags around their necks. And they've inquired from me, he said, and these descendants have said, since the Kazi's time, we've all chanted Hare Krishna. So, which is pretty, and they've abided by this direction. So there's quite peaceful there between the devotees and the Muslims. So this is a very brief overview, and we'll hear more details. And if you want to really read into it, get a copy of the Chaitanya Bhagavat. I'm fortunate enough to have those 7 set volumes with the commentary by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, translated from his Bengali. And when you translate Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's Bengali into English, is very sweet. It reads like Srila Prabhupada's purports. It's not that heavy English that when he wrote English, it was like, we all know, it's like, whoosh. Even if you were very educated, English professor, you'd still be probably pull out your dictionary occasionally to keep up with it. His level of English was extraordinary. But anyway, if you can read these, they're very sweet, because and it's 7 volumes, and I think there was the Prabhupada's disciples translated. I know Bhanu Swami and Gopi Pranaprabhu also were involved in that work to some degree. So it's very authorised, and you can say, because as you read the Chaitanya Charitamrita, you will see every time, especially in the earlier pastimes, you get to a section where Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami will just mention this, he will say, but in the Chaitanya Bhagavad it's covered in more detail, so I won't get into it now. And he just bypasses it. So if you want to fill in all the gaps. I also heard, I don't know if it's happened or it's going to happen, probably you might know that His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj was going to work on a compilation of all the Chaitanya Leela books that we have, and make one big history of Lord Chaitanya. You heard that? It's done. Where is it? But it's not printed. Okay, it will be. It's just finished. Did you hear that, everybody? So you'll have a one-stop. What a wonderful book to read, eh? So you'll be able to read all the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya in one, gathered from all, I guess from Murari Guptas and Chaitanya Chandramrita and what else? Many other books. Chaitanya Chandroya Nataka, yeah. Yeah, wow. So that'll be a massive read, so that's something to look forward to. Fantastic. So, did you know about that one? You heard it, okay, yeah. So we really want to get our hands on that one. So in this way we get a little synopsis here. I've given you a summary of the synopsis. And Prabhupada, we'll talk a little bit about this purport, because Prabhupada, Australia is very famous. We're in the purports of the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. So as mentioned, Sydney, Melbourne, amongst other cities, where devotees in the 70s were very much harassed, and even a bit further on, we used to get attacked on the streets, and it was quite, in Germany it became quite difficult. England, devotees were arrested many times. They were arrested that many times in England, they basically stopped arresting them. I think they were getting sick of arresting them. And in Australia, devotees were getting arrested. Prabhupada mentions here, we have hundreds of centers, and we have been specifically prosecuted in Australia, the Aussies. And I think Alanath Prabhu, you would remember, Rampashap Chamri, you remember. Did you ever get arrested? Yeah, but if you got a microphone for somebody, anyway. Yeah. Very intense. I know devotees from New Govardhana used to get arrested, and the police were so demoniac they'd even tape their mouth. So even in jail, they'll try and stop you from chanting. Because Prabhupada wrote to the leaders during this is about 1975 here. That's when, and he wrote to the leaders in Australia, and told them not to stop, keep doing it, even if you get arrested. He says we can chant on the streets and we can chant in the prisons, where the chanting will continue. And there's many stories around the world that way. Remember we had our heroes when we were brahmacharis, famous book distributors, Pragosh, Tripurari, Vashashika. I'm sure the ladies had theirs as well. But they were the heroes, the book distributors, and we used to look up to them and be in awe of them because they were such extraordinary devotees. They still are. I remember Pragosh. There's a lot of stories about him. He was getting arrested in one airport by the same security guard or police officer. And he would, and he'd come back and he says, "What do you keep coming?" He said, "You can keep arresting me. I'll go to jail. I'll get out of jail. I'll be straight back. You arrest me again. I'll go to jail. I'll come back." And the guy couldn't understand this. And then Pragosh told me, he said, "Look, take one of these books, take it home and read it. And if you think what we're saying is worthy, then let me know." So he took the book, took it home. He read it. He saw him the next day. So I read your book, and it's pretty good. He liked what he read, but he said, "I have to do my job. I have to rest." He says, "This is what we'll do." He says, "Whenever you see me, you sit down and just keep a low profile. And then when you don't see me, distribute your books. That way I'm doing my job. Because if I'm seen by my superiors, supervisors, if I'm seeing you not do anything, then I'll get in trouble and I'll lose my job. So when you see me, just sit down for a moment. When I go past, get up and go again. So that was the persistence of the devotees. They just kept at it, kept at it. And yeah, so the Hare Krishna movement was born by this street Sankirtan that we're hearing about now. And if you remember, Srila Prabhupada just sat down in the park in New York, just chanting Hare Krishna. And then there's that famous video, the first walk in Harinam in New York. It's so vivid in my mind, that video. You see Brahmananda with a big bass drum, coming out. It's amazing, they filmed it. And then, so they went on all over. The devotees got harassed heavily in some places, even as late as the 90s. I know when they were doing Sankirtan in some of these countries in Europe, I think in Bosnia, one of these places, our Nishunga Vacha, they got beat up by a bunch of... Were you there, that one? No? You know about it, right? Yeah, he got knocked to the ground. Well, actually, he told me they pulled a pistol out, pulled the trigger, but the gun was jammed, didn't go off. So that's pretty serious. And what to speak of the devotees in Russia? Oh my God. How many of you have read Salted Bread? Highly recommend. It's a wonderful, it's a tiny little book, but boy, you have some reverence and some respect and gratitude for these extraordinary devotees, what they did to spread Lord Chaitanya's movement, to serve Srila Prabhupada, to distribute books. Unbelievable. Here we copped, I remember even when I was a young devotee, people were quite aggressive. I think Srila Prabhupada said something along these lines, and please correct me, that first they will laugh at us, then they will hate us, and then they will love us. Is that correct? Something along those lines. I think it originally comes from Gandhi, that saying, or somewhere. So at least in the beginning they did hate us. They used to ridicule us a bit, and then they became quite aggressive. It was quite common on Saturday night, Harinam, we would have attacks. I remember one guy, I was just doing dancing away, and one guy just king hit me, what they call a sucker punch, which is a coward punch. So they just hit you when you're not expecting it, right? As hard as you're right, bang, almost broke my jaw. But the moment I sort of came to my senses, the devotees would, I had the guy, and they would, because the devotees would, if someone attacked you, you would just tolerate, but if they attacked another devotee, you would definitely become angry and defend those devotees. So I turned around, and the old Brigu Patti, you remember Brigu Patti? He's such a great soul. He's actually, last year, he was #1 book distributor in the world. Isn't that extraordinary? Such a great soul, such a sweet devotee. He was at Sydney at the time, and I turned around, and Brigu was my bhakti leader, and he's hammering into the guy. And Brigu's not like a, what you call a Chatru-looking fellow, looks like a pure Brahmin. His bodily structure, quite slim and gentle. Anyway, boy, he got stuck into him. So it was like that, and then even though the police are supposed to protect the devotees, but sometimes it's the opposite. They're actually harassing the devotees. And we saw, you must have been there, that year, Anzac Day. I'll describe it because it was an adventure. So again, the Chatras, the soldiers, the sailors are out in the town. Were you there for that one? No, you would have heard of it. Mani Bandhu told me, Mani Bandhu joined about 5 years later. He was in the Navy. And he said that story spreads through the whole Navy. It was such a famous story. But anyway, that we would, in Sydney in those days, there wasn't many, malls weren't quite developed out in the suburbs yet, So the downtown centre of Sydney was quite lively. That's where you went out, and all the main movie cinemas were there. And we went to the cinemas, and we used to chant along the movie lines there because many people would gather there. So I remember we were out the front of the cinemas, and then all these army dudes and started, giving us shuffling around and harassing us. And so we decided to move on. We used to follow the same route. We moved down the street, crossing and back up, and they'd cross the road and waited for us on the other side. And then we had a scuffle. It was on, It was like flying cartels. And I still remember vividly this soldier, this big bulky guy, going like this, holding his head and blood dripping down his head. Not one guy. Then he got up and he started he's looking at me, come on, where's your God now? Where's your God now? Chidahara's behind him, ready to pound him on the head. That's like as clear as daylight, that memory was. Anyway, that's a bit of a scuffle, a bit of punching and kicking and whatever, and then we somehow moved on again. And we ended up further down. We used to go about a block away, and there was a big gas company's headquarters. There was some of these big buildings in Sydney. They have like elevated areas before you enter the building, like a stage almost. And we'd jump on there and have our Kirtan. So anyway, we're having our Kirtan, chanting away, and then we see this guy walking down. I remember him like yesterday. He was wearing denim jeans, denim jacket, and a bald head. Do you remember this chap? Probably not, eh? Anyway, he's walking down towards and he's bleeding everywhere. He's all smashed up. And he comes to us and he says, look what they did to me. They thought I was one of you guys. He was just happened to be a bald guy. He got beat up so bad, poor fella. Anyway, and then we turn around and there's what the soldiers and the sailors did. They went to all the pubs and got all their mates. And they gathered this gang, and it was like, there was quite a few thick, and they were marching towards us, like a wall of them, and they were serious. That some had their belts wrapped up, their belts around, ready, and we turn and go, ooh. So immediately we broke out spontaneously into Nishingadev prayers, and not talking like we do here. If someone's leading, and we're like, everybody chanted at the same time. Interestingly enough, when they got to us, you might remember this. It's like they would have been from where I am with our line to halfway to Alanath Babu, maybe a bit closer, 2 or 3 meters away from us. And for some reason they couldn't come any closer. Namaste, namaste, and it's like, and it was like something holding them back, because I don't know why they just marched right through us. They were angry, they were probably drunk, and they wanted to fight. Anyway, then you remember that Pujari called Mukunda? Well, this devotee in Sydney was a very thin Korean devotee, and he looked like one of those Shaolin monks. The bald head, and he had the oriental look and thin. So Mukunda jumps in between in the Viraj River. And he starts going, whoa! He didn't know any martial arts whatsoever. But in those days, martial arts was big Bruce Lee, and so these guys, a whole lot of them took a step back all of a sudden, because they thought he's going to just do a whole thing and bash them all up. And we grabbed him, going to get out of here and get killed, And then behind us, and you might have been behind us, perhaps he would have been, all the ladies, we had ladies there with prams, And I think some of the household, the men started grabbing the ladies and putting you down in the town hall train station. Is that correct? So you didn't get to see the end bit. So we started noticing we started getting thinner, because the devotees were filing away from behind us, and there was just a few of us left. And we looked at each other and said, let's go. We just, because there's too many of them, we just took off. And then it was so dramatic that somebody had called the police at that time, because the police and the town hall police in those days were heavy dudes, because there was a lot of gangs in those days, Sharpies and that, so they were big coppers, Anyway, so you can imagine the scene as this Hare Krishna's running. By that time it was all the brahmacharis, because I think most of the ladies, all the ladies were gone, and some of the household, and we're running, and behind, so you see these Hare Krishnas running, and these soldiers and sailors running behind them, and all different groups everywhere. And some of them were running, the soldiers, and doing flying kicks into the backs of the devotees. Some devotees had boot marks on their backs later on, They weren't really, no one got really hurt. Funny enough, the only ones that got really hurt was the soldiers and navies, the only ones that drew blood. One devotee, Shamananda, twisted his ankle, I think that was one, and they were running, and then one devotee fell over, and the soldiers got up to him, Kali Krishna, turned around, and he went, whoa! They stood back, and then they ran. And we got down to our little lane where we used to hide our cars, And the big sailor, he was after one particular devotee, the one that cracked his head. He was after Madhvacharya, and he knew who he was. He was chasing him the whole time. And Madhva got in the car, and the guy's trying to get him through he grabbed his tie and through the wind, and then the guy got behind the car and they reversed into him. Probably accidentally, but who knows. Anyway, by that time the police got down there, and the police, they didn't touch us. They just grabbed these soldiers and they put them against the wall and they got stuck into them. They locked them up. The news was halted by the politicians and because it was Anzac Day. It was a day to honour the soldiers and that, so they didn't want this story to break out. So the story never hit the news, even though it was a big story. Hare Krishna's been chased all over the streets of Sydney by soldiers. And anyway, this is the things that were going on in those days. And yes? Anzac Day. Interesting. I remember that it was very intense. Yeah. It was fun. So for those of you who didn't hear that, Chamri Mataji was there at the time, was also saying that since then we haven't gone out on Anzac Day, just in case. It was such a wild and dangerous night. It was intense. But anyway, but now you're going to Harinam, there's none of these things. Anyone been attacked on Harinam recently? No, so they laugh at us, hate us, now they love us. People join in, and again, like this chanting that the Qazi did and his constables, this number bus is going on everywhere around the world. Very powerful, this type of chanting, because they're doing it for joking or musical fun. And this is we know this is stated in the 6th canto. If you chant Hare Krishna even in a joking way or for musical fun, you become purified. You become liberated. Liberated means you become enabled to enter into the early stages of bhakti, devotional service. You've got a clear slate, because if you're sinful and you can't do bhakti, you can't do. So this number bus is and this is the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who introduced this chanting, and I think Srila Haridas Thakur also said this is because we're not supposed to instruct people about the glories of the holy name. So this is how we do it. We go in the streets, we just give them the holy name, but we don't give them too much philosophy initially. People become very purified. So there's many, many millions of people out there that have heard these kirtans, and we know during the schoolies, all those kids are chanting and extraordinary, very, very, very wonderful. So the Hare Krishna movement was built and inaugurated through this system of Nag Sankirtan, street Sankirtan. I know when Mukunda Maharaj, the time's flying. I know when Mukunda Maharaj when they first went to England, there's Janaki and Mukunda Maharaj, there was Guru Das, Tumuna, Samasundra Malati. They didn't know what to do, and if you asked Mukunda Maharaj, they just went on Harinam 12 hours a day. That's what they did. They used to run back at lunchtime, have a quick bit of lunch and go back out again. And we see, if you fast forward a year or two after that, there's Hare Krishnas everywhere, massive Rath Yatras. And same with Prabhupada, he chanted in the streets through this chanting, and then the book distribution came also not long after, and there was this Hare Krishna explosion, but there was opposition, and there still is opposition. And Prabhupada says it's a sign that we're effective if there's opposition. If people, there was not that long ago, maybe a year or two ago, they were trying to ban the Bhagavad Gita in Russia, in a region of Russia. It became heated up. And if you want people to buy Bhagavad Gitas, you banned it. And everyone's going to want one, so that Bhagavad Gita sales went through the roof, and eventually the Indian Parliament found out about it and took offence. Says, how dare you stop our, Bhagavad Gita? And Russia and India were a bit politically tied, so then they sort of backed off, and then the Bhagavad Gita was free to be distributed. I could go on for a long, long time. I didn't realise that. I had many more things I could say, a lot more things I'd like to say. But anyway, we took on. We'll talk about it another time. But then in Australia and around the world, we took up a big propaganda, public relations during that period, And we'll talk about that another time, because that's interesting stories there also. Sorry, the time's gone by.
I just have a very quick comment. I got a notification that Bhakti Vikash, I think I'm pronouncing his name correctly, he was arrested in Russia very recently.
Oh, really? Okay.
And 2 of his devotees.
Bhakti Vikash, that's the one from...
the one that's lived in India for a long time.
Yeah, okay, he's normally in South India. Yeah, okay. That's unfortunate. it happens. There's still a lot going on. The devotees are in the Middle East, they're in China, they're in different places. Still very risky in a lot of places, but that's what Prabhupada says, just keep going. And it's the very same mood of Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya, just go out there. Kazi was saying, stop, right? Similarly, Srila Prabhupada, the very same mood, just continue. And he sent the devotees back out, and he said, we can just, and you can see the result, the determination of the devotees. Anyway, I wish I could have said I'd have got a lot more stories. I could have told you about the 70s, and the devotees here, I'm sure could have told us many, but we'll save it for another time. It's right on time. Thank you very much for your patience, and all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to the Sankirtan movement. All glories to those wonderful devotees in those early days that put their life on the line for Prabhupada and for us. Hare Krishna. Govardhana.
the other one. You can tell that especially when you're new, so you don't know. You just kind of base it in to the old people and then they come and it's just, you know. So it really,